Oh, of course, my internet is already out today. That's about right there for the music. Hope everybody is having a good day so far. I am barely awake. Yeah, woke up about... I woke up at 9:45. It's 10:17. I've been up for 32 minutes. What do I need to do right now? I need to wake up. I need gloves. That's what I'm doing. Shit. I'll get it eventually. Excuse me. My ribs are really bothering me today. I woke up. I was just fucking aching. So, you know what I think is a really good idea? Let's work on our display piece while we are piss tired and barely awake and functioning. Why? Because we have no self-respect for that. I kid, no. Because we need to get this done. I need to get started on my next piece soon. I'm running out of time to get my other entry done. There we go. Just coming in with a bit of my cyan, and I'm working in a mid-tone against the highlights. I need to take my right glove off because I can't get a grip on my brush. It keeps spinning in my fingers, and I'm like, I don't like this. Probably the real reason I couldn't be a surgeon. Ow, ow, ow. Got that. I don't know what's going on with my internet right now. As you can tell right now, Stelitzer, apparently I don't. I have no idea what's going on. I need to call my internet service provider because we've been having serious problems these last 2 weeks, and this was like just randomly started, and all of a sudden I can't stay connected to the internet anymore. Okay. Ignore my previous post. It's spotty at best. Same. And we're just coming through doing some dotting highlights right now. Hoping that our internet stabilizes soon. Dick. Good morning. Good morning. And there we go. We got the chin. I'm bringing in some highlights. What's up, Tonclicks? Got the double lurk right off the hop. Appreciate both of you. I'm going to be changing my follower alert in the next couple days. I found a new one that I really like. That's significantly less offensive. Adam Smasher was funny when I didn't. Adam Smasher was funny before I found out my audience was like, according to Instagram, 65% female. So there's a part of me that's like, maybe I shouldn't have something so aggressive as my follower alert. It was funny when I was saying it to a bunch of guys, but Clean my brush out. Okay, beauty. Is everything around me cream? Yeah. Check this old fly shit out. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo. What's up, Spire? How you doing today? And Stork, the ribs, they fucking hurt. I had a really pointless 40k game today where everything died at the start of turn 3. That's pretty common for Warhammer, honestly. Believe it or not, that's going to happen a lot more games than you think. Just enjoy the experience. Don't if you go into 40k thinking you're going to win games for your first few years, you're going to have a really bad time. 40k needs to be treated like martial arts, and the fact that you're going to get your fucking ass stomped on repeatedly over and over and over again until things click. Just like jiu-jitsu. Been playing for 30 years. Well, I take that statement back then. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, if you've been playing for 30 years, then I'll take your word that it was a pointless game. Because that's a little different than I got tabled turn 2 in my first 40k game. See, that's the flip side. You should never table somebody on their first game. Personally, I believe in or like at my at the hobby store that I go to. It's really funny. He used to be the manager, now he's the owner. He actually bought into the store, which is awesome. But you'd get accused by people of being really bad at 40k. And then it was one of those things where it was like I was laughing because somebody was like, man, you're really bad at this. And I was like, did you notice that he went through all of his armies to intentionally pick the worst army to go up against? Or sorry, the best army for his opponent to go up against? Like, he was doing a demo game for a guy who played Salamanders, and he went through his kit, and he's like, all right, I'm going to use exclusively my Kroot list. It's like, oh, he picked something that's weak against fire. Like, literally played an army that is susceptible and, And anytime it's like if he was playing against somebody who had good shooting, he'd play orcs. If he's playing against somebody who had good melee, he'd play like just he would intentionally play into his opponent's strengths so that way they could have a good first game and kind of see what their army does. But then it's funny because then you'd get him in a tournament game and he would just fucking stomp your ass. All the windows open, another Tau hater was born. What edition were you playing? Because I'll also say, historic, like, the edition of playing Tau can really, really change that. Like, if you were playing 7th edition Tau, which was one of my first 10th, okay, that's not as bad. One of my first games was 7th edition Orcs vs Tau, and I'm not sure if you knew about Tau during 7th edition, where they had retreating shot, where they could shoot and then move backwards again. During 7th edition, the Tau could essentially just kite you across the board and you couldn't make contact with them. They had special rules that allowed them to fall back after shooting. They also had giant blast templates that could wipe out entire blocks of infantry in a single shot. I believe in taking a bad matchup, but I don't believe in making... That's what he does, is so he's not making bad choices, but he's taking a terrible matchup. So he's not throwing the games, but it's also, recognizing that he's... And he also explains what his army does and what your army does while you're playing it. So that's the other advantage to it. Love Fire and Fade. The Twin Lances were fun in 10th before they got nerfed. Dude, I think 10th edition was pretty good. Personally, the only thing I'm hoping to see, I want to see Mortal Wounds go away. I'd really like to see them get rid of Mortal Wounds and a lot of the extra stuff. I really liked in 7th edition certain aspects of it, how it's like technically my orc boys were able to shrug off certain state. Like this, I don't know. I like the way 7th played in a really fun way. Seventh had D weapons and stomps, though. Yeah, stomps were awesome. It also had templates. So in 7th edition, while my orcs were super duper squishy in 7th, the reason I loved 7th is I ran the same thing every orcs player did. I had 2 squads of Ludas on my back lines, giving me really crazy good covering fire. I had 2 or 3 trucks usually, all loaded with 10 Burnaboys, which could shoot out of the trucks. And then I would do 3 squads of 30 boys and a squad of Mega Knobs with Gazgul. And I would just trudge up the field. But those trucks, man, in 7th edition, you could just pull up, hit a template on it, and be like, okay, place your template down. Okay, that's 9 hits. Multiply that by 10. Okay, I got 90 hits. And then it's like, well, they've got 10 guys having to make 90 saves, and it's like, yeah, they're probably all burnt to death. Like template weapons were awesome for the fact that if you could get your angles right, you could be like, and I just cooked your whole squad. And all 10 of my guys just cooked your whole squad. So the concept of like trucks loaded with guys with flamethrowers just burning stuff out the sides of it, that was kind of cool in 7th for me, you know? Universe expansive ancient name. Feels like you're putting much more time into this bust. That's because after talking to Jinxie, we pivoted. She agreed. She sorry. Her and I had a chat during one of my last lessons, and we agreed that it's actually more it's going to be more realistic for me to get the troll done and then start my next piece than it is going to be for me to get the goblin done. So unfortunately, while I'm enjoying painting the mind goblin, I don't have enough time to finish painting the mind goblin. If I'm going to also do my dunk diorama or bust. Mind goblin D's nuts. Yes, literally, that joke is where that's where it came from. That is how we came up with the idea of painting this. I wanted to be able to make a bunch of mind goblin D's nuts jokes. So that was why we came up with the idea of painting a mind goblin. It's a goblin with mind powers. Also, thank you, Pascal. Appreciate you popping in. Appreciate that you're worried about maintaining your streak. But yeah, during one of my last lessons, we agreed that I'm probably further along on this one based on I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We've made the call to pivot into the troll over the goblin, as this one's just further along, leaving more time to get on to my next piece. So I'm not sure if you can tell, but remember how you made the joke when I said I was going to highlight each individual skin cell? Or how you made the joke I should highlight each individual skin cell, so then I did it, and then made the joke about how I'm doing it because you told me to, and then you flipped it to how I needed to do a 3-shade highlight on each and every individual skin cell? I'm not sure if you can tell there, Pascal, but I've taken it a step further. That's now a 4-color workup on each and every skin cell. Oh, no. I took it a step further now because you were making those jokes. Now I have you told me to do a 3-color workup. I did a 4-color workup. Just saying. Just saying. Why not hit each and every skin cell with 4 different shades to ensure that we get that nice, transition? But yeah, now we're doing a only 4. That's missing a couple. Should always be an uneven number. Obviously, it needs to go up to 7. Because just doing 5 would be a cop-out. Just adding one more would obviously be a cop-out. Clearly, it needs to be 7. Good morning, everybody. All the cool cats popping in right meow. Yeah, we're trying to really push on this one. But now... should always be a prime number. So I gotta go up to 7. You're right. Although, 5 is also a prime number. But 11's a prime number. That was 13. We're gonna stop listing prime numbers. 73. 73 is a prime number. Although 73 is probably half the number of hours I've put into this. No, probably not. I think I've probably put 70 hours into this so far. I treated myself yesterday, though, on my day off, rather than working on a piece for work or any of my models or anything. I went in and started poking at an old canvas I found in my closet. Hopefully that doesn't get me in trouble. But yesterday I started working on this, or I was working on this a bit. Needs a lot of refining to do, but that moment of remembering that it's really nice to paint a 2D surface every now and then. And the work we do in 3D really helps your understanding of 2D. It's really helping me understand where light is going to hit and cast.
Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker.
131 is pretty unlucky. Welcome in, White Wolf. Hope everybody's having an incredible Sunday so far. I've been awake for 1 hour now. Exactly 1 hour. And I've been live for 33 minutes. Woke up not long ago. You and me both, studio. Right? I'm just like, I woke up and looked at my phone and I was like, 9:45. You'd be able to adhere to stream schedule, but I'm gonna post in chat really quickly that I'm gonna be, or post in Discord that'll be about 15 minutes late just to make sure that I've got time to like drink half my coffee. Oh. But yeah, I'm not even like a full coffee in so far today. Goat Horror was so good live. I was one of 11 people at this show. They got booked to play a small town in northern BC, and like it was like one of them country. Hard to explain if you haven't watched Fubar, but it's the kind of town where like you listen to country, and even if you don't listen to country, you make sure there's country playing in your car when you're rolling up to work. One of those kind of towns. And we got one of my favorite like black thrash bands, fucking Goat Whore, playing, so it was fucking awesome. And yeah, it was rad because they were like super cool, and we ended up hanging out a bit because they were stoked that one person was really excited to see them. More people like were like easy, the world would be eaten. I don't know, man. I think the world might be too functional if we had more people like easy. Dude's one of the hardest fucking workers I've ever talked to. Like you just I don't know that like if everybody was that hard of a worker, it would just be I mean it would be good, but it would be I mean that would probably end up being the truest form of a meritocracy. Hardest worker, excuse me. Have you seen Jinja? We would evolve in the coming time of 50,000 years that about everyone here agrees. Okay. We're just gonna start working in meritocracy over idiocracy. I mean, it would. Yes, you were not wrong about that. Wouldn't necessarily call it idiocracy as much as cronyism, but that's also splitting hairs. It's less of a idiocracy and more of a controlled and planned oligopoly combined with a cronyism. With a nice dash of republicanism.
See, the idiocracy thing I would believe it if it wasn't by design.
I've got an ism for you.
Also, how you doing today, White Wolf? Hope you had a nice Sunday. Hope you guys are staying okay in the heat. That goes for anybody in dealing with the heat wave right now. Hope you guys are all doing okay.
Been gaming, had a barbecue. Now we're gonna game some more. Hell yeah! I did some gaming yesterday with my buddy. We were playing Vermintide, and it was surprising. Like, it was really fun.
I think I figured out my favorite character for Vermintide.
No worries, Pascal. Hope you have a good one. I think for Vermintide, my favorite has to be the like, I like Victor best, but Bounty Hunter. When I can get the great sword and dual pistol combo, I am loving my life.
But yeah, the Witch Hunter is my favorite.
And there we go, getting the green. Oi, oi. How you doing, Mark? Thinking I'll be able to play tonight. The sun tomorrow. And text me asking if I want a kebab. So hopefully be a soon. I'm hungry. Yeah, dude, Victor's my favorite on Vermintide. He's been really, really fun. I didn't mind the dwarf. I really disliked Carillion. I played a mission, tried playing as Carillion. Did not like it. He did not have anywhere near enough damage output. Like, her ranged is slower and does less damage than Victor's, and her melee is lower and does less damage than Victor's, and she has a worse special that does less damage, and also pretty sure she has less health. I'm doing well today. I am working on the troll bust.
Bringing more textures in.
Kind of working at that. Yeah, working in the greens right now.
My cat wants wet food, I think. He scream. What do we... Get away from that. I don't know what it is, but I don't want you eating it.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta give the cat wet food really quick. No, it's not even printed yet. Both the guys I know that usually do my printing for me don't have their printers set up currently. I don't know why, but neither of them have their printers set up. I've reached out to both my guys, and yeah. So trying to figure that one out still, but I am going to be powering through to get this one done. And then worst case scenario, I will have to do a 30, like absolute worst case, I'll pick up something to do a 32 mil entry, but I'd prefer to do a 45 because yeah, like we've already got I found out Trolls in 72, not 100, because the Goblins in 100. Can 3D print these nuts. Yes, I agree. I'll feed you, baby. Yes, I'm getting my food right. Just one moment, guys. I gotta feed my cat. Did you include the veins? Damn straight I did.
Hey. Also, welcome in Small Parts. I gotta start doing shoutouts here in a second. Lots of people here right now.
There we go. You dropping frames like fucking crazy. That should be better now. Should stabilize. There we go. Doing some mean body pop in that boneless. I'm trying my best right now, guys. I have no idea what's going on because I can't keep, I don't know why I keep having internet problems when I pay as much as I do. No, this is going beyond this. I'm trying to get you guys to understand here that this is actually a throttle issue. It's in Canada, if you use too much internet, your ISP will periodically just flicker your internet on and off to make it non-functioning, so you have to give them more money. They do this to extort money out of people. It's an ongoing issue we have. It's called throttling. Yeah, essentially, they make us pay for unlimited data, but then if we go over the unlimited data, we have to pay for more unlimited data, because unlimited data doesn't actually get you unlimited, it's just called unlimited. But yeah, for anyone who's wondering why my frames keep going weird every now and then, that's literally my internet provider doing that intentionally. I can tell when it's happening because... That's weird. You can tell it's happening, Dan, because it only happens on one. It'll only happen on one device, so they can specifically target the devices that they will cut off internet to. So, like, I can tell when it's happening because it will just be my PC, but everything else will work. And this is even when I'm talking, I'm on hardlined wired internet. Everything else will be working, but my PC will lose access to the internet, and I'll have to call the provider, and they'll tell me, "Oh yeah, sorry, there's something going on with the streaming PC." And it's like, so when I call in, they actually have it on their system that because my computer is titled streaming PC is like in the setup. So on their end, they can see what I've named it, and can turn my internet off to the streaming PC. Default router from the ISP, have to use them in Canada. You have to use the default routers here. You can buy an additional router, but you have to use them, or you have to use theirs as well. Otherwise, they can't monitor how much data is going. You have to, so you can only use your own router if you piggyback it through their router. Otherwise, they can't monitor everything the way they want to be able to monitor it. So it's set up here that, yes, you can use your own router, but you need to piggyback it through theirs. If you're really fucking smart, I'm sure you can figure out a way around it. But I'm going to be honest with you, man, I'm not that smart. I paint good. I know colors. The only reason I even know they do this is because I used to work for them. So usually I just threaten to, I usually just have to pull the, like, I'll call your boss. I still have his direct phone number, so please just fix my fucking internet, because I don't want to call Dave. Oh, Dan, so no watching. Honestly, easy. If Bill C-22 goes forward, definitely no, because we're also just introduced a law that the Canadian government has access to all internet metadata for 5 years. So anything you do on the internet in Canada, the government knows. It's part of our Internet Sovereignty and Protecting the Children Act. Except our Internet Sovereignty Act is actually just a way to endanger the privacy of literally every Canadian, because by storing that data in a government site, when our government notoriously faces as many data breaches as they do, not leaving people in a super surefire, like, stoked place. But yeah, if anybody wants to know about how awful the telecom companies are to deal with here, you should read up on the CRTC junk fees lawsuit. Hooray Patriot Act? You guys don't have crazy. You guys don't have net neutrality? We lost it because recently there was a very tragic event that I don't want to talk about because it made international news. It was in my province. You probably heard about it. But that was a huge reason for it, because fuck, who owns ChatGPT? Whatever the fuck those dickweeds are. Sam Altman's company wouldn't turn over data about a potential terrorist event, and their AI helped plan a terrorist attack. So that ended up becoming the motivation as to why we passed these laws, is because now it's like, well, they should have released that information. I mean, Jace, the UK's been a surveillance state since the 60s. Come on. Come on. It's a bold statement coming from the fucking land of surveillance. There are more cameras than people in the UK. I don't know if that stat is actually true or not. I just like repeating it. Yeah, well, the internet was the last safe space, and now that's gone too. And 90% of those are in Jace's house. I'm not finishing that joke. Dude catches way too many strays. I'm gonna be the one to say it. Like let's just unanimously agree to just dial it back like 15%, man. Dude's always catching strays. I can't repeat what I want because I'm being watched. I mean, oh yeah, VPNs are being banned here. Yeah, we are also banning VPNs. Okay, so oh god, this is it's it's gonna be a good stream when I'm like my ribs hurt from laughing. Forward was the I am for eels, never meant to make a doctor cry. I am several fish and not a guy. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for eels. The yeah, surveillance is crazy. But yeah, we I will say it's interesting. We'll see what happens. I mean, at the end of the day, the internet's a weird place, and I will also say anonymity has given people a level of comfortability saying things that they wouldn't normally say. Did your first ever oil pin washing? How'd that go for you? Ooh, worked well. Almost stuck my oil brush in my acrylic paint water. That's actually not a problem. It contaminates the water, but like your brush is fine. It's just not going to do anything because it's oil, right? It's not like sticking your acrylic brush into your oil paint. That's a much bigger no-no. Yeah, just go change your paint water and you're fine if you do that. Wait, it is? Shit. I know, Dan. Yeah, it's perfectly safe if you do that. It's not a big deal. You just rinse the cup out. It's oil. What happens when you mix oil and water? They don't mix. In fact, the oil just repels the water. When you take an oil brush and you dip it in your water cup, nothing happens. You can contaminate the water a little bit. And that's because you can end up with a layer of oil sitting at the very top from doing that, because anything that acrylic paint into the oil. Oh yeah. Now I need to figure out how to paint the cables on my Necrons, then the first unit is done. If you've done your acrylic, or if you've done oils, what I would recommend you do is you put them off to the side to dry for the next 24 to 48 hours, giving the oils enough time to fully cure, apply a coating of varnish over top of it, and then go in and finish up with your acrylics. But I always tell people that it's pretty good habit to get into to wait 24 to 48 hours after you're done removing your excess oils to then let everything cure fully before you go in and apply a varnish. And then once the varnish is dried, you can go in and continue on them. But oils never fully cure. I would still give the oils some time to cure. Just even if they're not on that part, believe it or not, I would still let it cure. Because it's not about them being on that part, it's about touching. And if you're handling the models, it will be getting on your hands, and you're very likely to be touching and moving it onto sections that it's not, like it's while you might not have applied them there, it's about the handling of the model before the oil is cured. That's actually part of why you want to do that, because you want them to stay exactly where you've placed them, and that's not going to happen if you're moving them around. Especially if you're at that wash consistency, and it's as well, all it takes is just a little touch on your thumb, and then you've rubbed oil on a section you didn't want oils on, and then it's never enough. Yeah, no amount of cure time for oils will ever be enough. You're right, Marquis, but it's just trying to explain that, like, that base principle of you're going one step further than we need to on this one, I think. This is a first time using oils lesson, not an experienced oil painting lesson. Because yes, you are correct. Oil paints do not cure ever fully. That's part of the beauty of oils. So you can take an alcohol at any given time The walk between cure and not cure decide. Exactly. That's why that's why I'm putting it this way, because we're dealing with someone who hasn't used oils on a miniature before, which is why I'm saying it's like the best thing to do after you've applied anything oil related to your model is to put it off to the side and don't touch it for 24 to 48 hours. Also, thank you for the lurk, Squeezy. And it's just because of that exact reasoning. Yeah, is okay. The checking. But here I'll say yes. Has noticed I'm not just saying cure song titles. Has not noticed. I don't like the cure at all. I'm gonna be completely honest. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the cure. Although, excellent joke. It was just lost on me. And I need a paint. I don't remember which color it is, though. I need one of them. Have another cup of coffee soon. I'm fucking not awake yet. Like, genuinely. I'm only on my first cup of coffee. And I've only dropped 9,000 frames.
Should have heard your mum last night. She sounded like a window closing on a Tonkinese cat's tail. Sounded like.
Marquis, unfortunately, I still can't do the exercise
My,
right now.
what
I've got
lovely
my
feet.
ribs are still broken. Unfortunately, 6 days later, they're still not repaired.
I'm seeing my doctor next week or the following. I don't know. I've made a doctor's appointment already.
But yeah, ribs are still broken. And there we go. My folks drove it up here from the Bahamas. That means queued for back exercise. We're just gonna have to do a full workout stream once my ribs healed. There we go. Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kinda odd. No bucking from the dogs, no smog, and Mama cooked a breakfast with no hog. And there we go. I'm gonna try and get some, I don't know, lines on the brain and work some textures in. Fuzz them out afterwards with some ones and some blazies. Oh, buddy, I know. We're working some texture into the brain. And there we go. Got the shadowy parts on the brain. Yeah, ice cubes of pimp. Do 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 do. I'm just working in bits of texture on the brain. Bit here. And then I'm going to try and just work some angling into the skull.
Work some, sorry, highlighting into the skull to start trying to get the.
Here we go. Here we go. Trying to get the lighting correct on the skull. Okay. That's starting to work. That's starting to work. I'm understanding this. I get it. I get it. Ooh-wah, ooh-wah, ooh-wah. All right, we got the Okay, we got the layer heights, or we got the height on the skull looking more correct. That's starting to actually look like it's below. Go. That little bit of brain poking out. It's actually looking more and more like he's got a chunk of his brain exposed. Right. Okay, let's see if I can get these lines done back in. Reapply the highlight. Then I'm going to take a little bit of a different pink color. Up really fast. Give that a moment to dry. That's starting to, I don't know, chat, what do you guys think? Is that starting to look like his skull is broken away and there's a piece of exposed brain? Okay, we're going to give that a moment to dry. We're going to apply one more glaze over it to get it all to the same consistent finish. And then I'm going to get myself some coffee because I need to wake up a bit because I'm feeling quite tired. I'm actually just going to come in and highlight a couple of the pustules. And same thing. I'm just going through, getting my boils looking their best.
I wanted to go real horror at some point. I could also then come around and turn a bunch of the big boils into eyeballs.
It'd be cool to have him sprouting a bunch of eyeballs on the back of his head. Might be too much. That'll probably be way too much. Gonna take that thought and just push it out. That goes down with all the bad feelings. Push it down. I have no idea what I'm really working on right now or what I'm doing. Just slapping colors down. There we go. All the boils put back in. Now for the boils that are going to be in the bright areas, we're going to hit them with a dot of white. Very simple, but also takes a little bit of control. Might go in and hit him with a little bit of a glaze color afterwards. Just get the brush super clean. Got a really, really thin paint here. And I'm just going to pull this over all my boils. Don't be worried if it goes past the boil either. This will help make the skin look inflamed around them. And actually just kind of come through and we'll probably need to do 2 coats of this, just so you guys know. In shadow, we'll probably do 3 or 4, 2 for the highlighting areas. we go. First round's dried. Give the first round a moment to dry. I'm going to refill my coffee while it's drying, and then we'll come back and keep working at it. Okay. Okay. And stretch. Coffee is warming up. Here we go. And that beeping is my microwave. Okay. Also considering trying to add some punch the mic. Bit more texture to the bone. Where are my tweezers? There are my tweezers. Okay. What I'm going to do really quickly, I'm just going to bring some colors into the bone. I don't know. Let's bring a bit of a yellowy tone in. Oh, shit, 1 second. I gotta put my headphones are picking up on my microphone, and that's the worst sound in the world, so I apologize about that. There we go. Softens out the bone a bit. Oh, it's a bit more texture to it. I need to come in and clean up down to the bottom there now because of that, but that's okay because I really like what that did with the. I really like what that did. I'm gonna come back in on the face a bit too, and have enough there. So just sponge slightly. And there we go. Here we go. Got the bone looking way better because we just kind of glaze, smoothed out a lot of those lines. now I need to come back in and reestablish a different line. Because we fuzzed out the separation line too much on a few spots. Also not the color I want it to be right now anyway, so we're gonna give that a little bit of love. Doesn't look anywhere near inflamed enough currently. I watched the Punisher One Last Kill special last night. I enjoyed it. There was only one major critique I had, and it's the fact that they used the song Mother by Danzig, as well as a song by Hatebreed. And I feel those two songs should have been flipped in the positioning, because they played the song Mother during the intro, and Hatebreed when he brutally murders a bunch of gangsters in front of some children. And it's like, just for the imagery, the song Mother works better. You know, tell your children not to walk my way. That's a bit more of a fitting song thematically for what he was doing in the scene. So pretty much my only major critique on it was the soundtrack needed to be adjusted slightly, as that one song would have been more powerfully used in a different scene. Okay, come in with that line, and then we're going to need to redo all the the highlighting areas around the line to bring the skin back in, recreate some of the textures, and kind of shuffle and muffle that line up a bit. Hello, Jinxie. How you doing? Going through, did what you following some of your suggestions from Monday? We came through and I stippled the bone details and got the brain to look more sunken. Came in, reinforced the red lines around all the bones, and then I'm going to come back in and redo the highlights to then break the lines. We also came in, did a bunch of highlighting on the skin, and redid the boils. Making good progress. It's every time I see it, it looks better. I'm happier and happier with it, you know? Yeah, we're having a great day so far. Working everything up, having some fun on the mini here. And then I was I did what I said I was going to do yesterday, and I painted canvas. Stayed true to my goal of working on canvas on my days off. Or working on a canvas on my day off. Unfortunately, I didn't have a large enough canvas to do the backdrop for my display board, so we just ended up taping a t-shirt to the wall and using a black backdrop for that, which turned out pretty good. I'm not going to say it was incredible or anything, but like I think those photos turned out better than my photos usually do. I'm not mad. But yeah, I found an unfinished painting in my closet and decided to start refining on it. In searching for a correct sized canvas, I found one I wanted to work on. So we came in. Came in and did a little bit more love on this one. Not going to leave it up too long in hopes that I don't get Pascal, but that's one that I'm working on off there. That's something I've been working on for a while and keep abandoning it. And then I'll pick it up and I'll refine at it a bit, and it'll get like a little bit closer to what I'm imagining, and then I abandon it again. It's an ongoing process. No worries. Have fun letting doggo out. Go get your coffee. Wake up. Enjoy your morning. I think I'm actually going to come back in and do a little bit more texturing on my bones. Saturday, Sunday, Black Sabbath. Kind of weird that, like, now it's at the stage where I'm like, my painting's too smooth, and now I gotta come in and, like, fuck it up to make it look smoother. Sure, I'll just aggressively sponge things. Why not? Again, we're just gonna aggressively sponge for a bit here. There we go. cleanse my brush out. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to come over to thin brown paint. I'm going to drop some lines into some of these bones just to bring some texturing into them. Welcome back. We just stippled out a bunch of bone. What do you think? Now I'm coming back in with some dark paint. I'm going to drop some texture, some lines, just get some like grooves going through the bones. I'm going to drop in some bright highlights, and then I'm going to stipple them out again. I'm going to blend it all back with some stippling. I'm going to do that 2 or 3 times. Might just the once. We'll see how it all goes. But we're going to start bringing the bones to life. We can start dropping lines and shapes in. We're going to start making the bones look like they've got lines and grooves and dents, and start working more of the depth of color back into them. And there we go. It's going to be the start of texture in the bones. Now I'm going to come back in with an even thinner line inside that brown line. We're going to do really thin lines of black. Not feeling that right now. And there we go. There we go. There we go. So hard to talk when I'm doing this kind of painting. I'm so tunnel visioned on my work. Go. Hmm. Oh my Oh. Mm, there we go. Just kind of stippled the bone. There we go. Gonna stipple in the fleshy tone too. I feel like I'm getting better at painting bone, eh? Feel like it's making sense.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah, indeed. Welcome in, Hashimoto. Hope you're having a great day so far. There we go. Welcome, Smiling Beagle. Hope you're having a great day. And Jinx, what are we thinking there? Bone looks a lot more textured, a lot less smooth, but also has a lot more color going on there. I think that's kind of what we're going for. Bring back a bit of the rot effect on this one. I am going to glaze in a tiny touch of my green, because we wanted to get the bones are not all from the same environment. So that was a big part of what we're working on too, is making sure that we've got different kinds of bone. We want dry bone, fresh bone, or we want living bone, rotting bone, and dry bone. That's it right there. That's perfect. Thank you, Hashimoto. I've been working on this for several months now. This is my entry for SMC. I wanted to paint a zombie troll, or a troll in the process of becoming zombified. And it's coming along really well. It's literally, hey, hell yeah, fuck yeah. I'm going for a troll in the process of, like, turning into a zombie. Which is why we got the, I will be at SMC. This is my entry. I managed to... I was keeping it a little more on the DL when things were up in the air, but now that I have my flight booked, I have my tickets booked, and I have my hotel booked, it's pretty safe to say I'll be there. Yeah, this is my entry that I'm working on. In the standard division, standard division 72 millimeter busts. Oh, if you get a high fives get you a free sticker. I'm not sure if you saw that post. I actually made a post on Instagram that if you high five me at SMC, you get free stickers. There's an actual that is an actual Instagram post I made a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I even made a post on Instagram saying if you high five me at SMC, you get free stickers and candy. You get the full sticker pack if you beat me in a thumb war. Get a sticker of your choice and a pack of candy for a high five, and some candy for a high five. And if you can beat me in a thumb war, you get a full sticker pack and and some Canadian sour candies. Yeah, there was even a post that there are free stickers, stickers for high fives. You can spot me and recognize me at the convention. I do have stuff to hand out. I think it's fun to do stuff like that. Also, I was told by other creators I needed to do that. If I'm going to be like, if anybody spots you, make sure you have stuff to give out. Which, that makes sense. Oh, my fucking ribs are killing today. Who'd have thought that, like, they'd hurt exactly the same amount a week later? The part that's getting me is I keep I was giving out logo stickers at Nova. I have 3 different designs I'll be handing out. Ideally, I'm wanting, if I can afford to, I want to get 5, but I will have 3 for sure. Now we're just bringing some other colors in. I have show off the original. Well, I mean, one of the stickers is going to be the dancing hot dog, of course. One of them is the control your moisture, and the other one is the token and stroken. Although I do worry the token and stroken ones might get taken from me at the airport. They might not let me bring those ones. There are weird rules about traveling with certain types of imagery. And if the TSA agent does not see the humor in it, they will take them from me. Currently on a little project. Cherry blossom with a koi pond landing stick. Ooh, that'll be a fun one though. A nice way of like kind of doing something for it's kind of a nice way of turning something sad into something nice too. I appreciate that's a really nice sentiment on that. Second here, guys. I'm in a lot of pain right now. Oh, there we go. Ow. But also better. I can feel the bone clicking and shifting on every breath. This is really, really unpleasant. That's not good. Let's get you opened up so we can pin. That's not how ribs work. You know that, right? Like ribs, they just tell you to not move around too much. Like it's the downside to a broken rib. You can't actually do anything. Wait, that isn't a joke. You actually broken. Yeah, I got my broken. I broke my ribs last week. Got a bad hit in a mosh pit. Yeah, I'm actually like at the point right now where I'm like, I'm probably gonna be able to be live for like another 45 minutes, maybe an hour max, and then I need to go lay down. I've been having to cut streams short a little bit lately because I can only do about 4 hours in the chair right now before I'm like just fucking maxed out. Excuse me. Huh. I'm looking at this and I'm like, all right, I'm like 95%, or I'm calling this like 80% done now. I got a lot more done today than I originally thought I was going to. We made some serious progress. I also think at the very, very final stage, I'm going to come back in with my airbrush and just kind of reinforce my shadows a little bit and fuzz some details out that way rather than having to sit there and with my brush. But so I might come in at the very end and airbrush in my final bits. I do that quite a bit anyways on my projects these days. There we go. Just going to drop a quick little highlight along some of the ropes. The areas we're hitting the highlights on look freaking tight in comparison. Go slow and controlled. Okay, next up I need my shadowy color. I need a shadowy highlight. Here we go, getting the ropes highlighted. Even having the shadowy section with a highlight on it, so that way everything pops. I also see areas where I missed the rope, so I'm going to let that dry really quickly, and then I'm going to go in and I'm going to grab those areas as well. I will walk into the court well erect, screaming, "Yes, I am guilty, motherfuckers, I am death." Hey, you want to hear a good joke? Nobody speak, nobody gets choked. Get running, stop pumping your bunions, I'm coming, I'm the dumbest who flamed through your crew quicker than Trump fucked his youngins. Charlie Brown, Peppermint, Patty, Linus, and Lucy put dope in the doobies to smoke with Snoopy. We're just doing little dots of ivory on a couple of the edges to get that kind of broken highlight. This is making sense. This is making more and more sense every time I'm coming back at it. Nobody speak. Nobody gets choked. Ooh, good song. I haven't heard this one in a while. Doesn't come on very often. Like one of the most real Vinny Paz songs where he's talking about his struggles with ADHD. Close to show you basic neurobiology isn't close to watching. Okay, I'm just coming in, reinforcing some shadowy areas that aren't looking the way I want them to. And there we go. It's another 3 hours down on this model, and honestly, this has been a pretty productive 3 hours because he looks different than he did when we started. And then we're going to come back in, start reestablishing the skin. And that starts to clean up around the cheek pretty nicely there. Okay. It's all going to be green up here. One thing. Oh, no, that's not true. Blue over here. There we go. Up. And like such, I was also explained, one of the biggest issues I was running into was my lair heights previously. So understanding that one of the things I was needing to do, come back in after I establish something like this and making sure that the skin still reads as the highest area. There we go. This troll is getting gruesomer and gruesomer every time I look, and it is fucking awesome. Woohoo! I'm hanging with my friend Evil Ted, and he has fuzzy peaches for me. Ain't you that weird mustache guy? I am the weird mustache guy. You were talking about Evil Ted on stream the other day. Also, welcome in, Mark. You're having a good one. I'm just bringing in the tiniest touch of green over the bone on him as well, and it's doing a lot of work here. Like, it's just the thinnest amount. That we got a lot. We got. What do you think? You think we got about the skull jinx here watching? I think your lesson on bone is paying off. Can't get it to read right on camera. The skull looks as good as these parts do, though. I think it could use more baby shine. Brain crack looks good. I spent like an hour working on the brain and trying to get the layer height correct, and it finally actually looks like it's indented now, so I'm quite happy about the brain. Okay, is that part makes me happy that we got that part right. This will at least get. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know what. I've never been to SMC before. And I mean, like, I'd love to medal. I hope I do, but I'm trying to not think about it too much right now because I'm like, it's a lot of pressure to put that like international travel aspect on it, being like, I don't know, because I'm from it's you got to understand, Mark, that I'm from a small enough town that if I win a medal, I'm gonna be on the front page of the newspaper when I come home. Like, I'm from a small enough town that it would make the front page of the paper. And I've already made the front page of the newspaper once. We went into Finnish music. Yeah, this is I can't actually say the band name. I'm going to be completely honest with you. But I really like them. I literally can't say any of their song names. I can't even pronounce the band name. But if you didn't know, the Finns make great punk music. I can copy and paste the band name in if you guys are enjoying it. I have no problem sharing the band name or what song we're listening to. I just literally cannot say it. Finnish is a very difficult language. I know that the name of this song translates roughly to Baby Bottle Dreams. But I think it's Kakahata 77. There's an accent over one of the A's. Actually, over both of the second A's have 2 dots over them. Ooh, and right into the Judas Priest. What a transition. Is it a bad one? No. Also, I will be right back. I need to use the washroom really quick. I gotta pee. Really quickly, guys, this is why you should wear gloves when you paint. means need to poop? That's fucking hilarious. This whole time I've been listening to a band called Need to Poop. That's fucking awesome. Hi, Mimir. Want some kibbles? At me. Feeding you. well, well, I learned something today. I learned something. I can't say it was important, but it was something. Now I know if I'm ever in Finland how to yell, I have a poop emergency. The only sentence I need to know is if I ever get pulled over in Finland. You know how fast you were going, sir? Kakahara? We should all learn something. Sometimes it's different equations. Other days it's learning to say I need to poop in a different language. You know what? There are way worse expressions and way more useless expressions to need to know how to say in a different language. That's gonna go in like a top 10% expressions you should know how to say in a different language. Like needing to know how to say it's like I need a bathroom. It doesn't matter the expression you're using for it. Being able to say I need a bathroom or where that's an important thing to be able to say in pretty much any language. When you're traveling, basic things like asking for directions. Like I'm probably going to spend a few months practicing some basic Dutch so that way I can ask directions if I need. I know everybody in the Netherlands speaks English, but there's always the chance you go into the one place where you just run into nobody who speaks English or people who don't want to speak English. So, two things I learned when friend visited Japan was 2 beers, please, and where is the Western style toilet? This band kicks ass. Fucking love Korpiklani. Also, another Finnish band. Although I do know the translation of this one. Not the name Korpiklani, but I do know the song, like the translation for this song. Konea, 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 emanala konea tamena. Konea, konea, konea. Tai stole. Konea, 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 emanala konea tamena. Konea, 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 eolamea. Tai stole. Yeah, those are very important things to know how to ask in any language. Just start asking Dutch people what they want. Brommers kicken. I don't know what that means. Fortify the neutral boredom against Belgium? Bad joke. Depends on what side of the country you're on. In the south they won't understand. But in the north here it means wanna fuck behind the shed. That's why it's the same thing here, Mark. You're ever in Quebec, the only expression you need is qui est ton papa? Which translates directly to who is your father, but in Quebec it translates directly to who's your daddy. In actual like Francais French, you're just asking who is your father? But in Quebecois, it translates. In Quebecois, it translates a little differently. Just so you know that if you ever try to use that hilariously in France, you're just going to get a very honest but confused answer as to why are you asking me this? Baby, I choose you, underground king, speed and sound things, acts and beware of your surroundings.
Hampton lines.
We hear that a lot. I mean, the French protest good, though. Who the rest of the world could learn from the French on how to protest. Like, French protesters are the only people I've seen the French protesters are the only people I've seen utilize a boar snout in real life. Like, it's actually hilarious watching the French protest and watching them use like old-fashioned military formations. They did that in 28 Days Later. It didn't work, unfortunately. Goose, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Working on my SMC entry today. Having some laughs. Doing good, thanks. Welcome in. Welcome. I'm do you paint miniatures as well, or you do busts or Warhammer? I know Warhammer tends to be the popular one. Do Gunpla. Oh, hell yeah. A few people that do Gunpla in the community. I know it asked about joining into the upcoming, like, my hobby store, or the local hobby store asked if I would join the. Did the Dutch eat the prime minister? Yes, they did in 1672 when an endangered response into the brother Cornell's in the Hague during the frenzy. Yep, I did know about that. I did know about the Dutch eating the prime minister. But yeah, I'm just saying, when it comes to actual like protesting, the French, as much hate as they get, they were really good at like using traditional, like, old school military formations to break lines and things. It's really funny watching groups of protesters knowing how to break into ranks and outflank. Like, I just, there's something hilarious about it. Seeing a group of protesters making a shield wall, and it's like, okay, that's cool. All Americans could learn something from this. I for those that are new in here, my name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys for a living. I do mostly Warhammer, but I also like doing busts and other things. Pretty much whatever tickles my fancy that day. We paint a lot though. Live Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays, 10 a.m. till about 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're based out of Western Canada. So if you're ever looking to get any commissions done and you happen to be north of the 49th, feel free to reach out. You are not located in Canada but looking to get commissions done, I can help you out if you're European. If you're in the US right now, due to cost of shipping, I will refer you to someone else. I got a few really amazing people that can help you out. The Dutch fund, yes. During the brutal Winter War, the 80 Years' War, Spanish troops captured shit. Perhaps. Hell yeah. I mean, I know a little bit about Dutch history, and most of what I know is that the Dutch are, like... I'm not saying it out loud. Look, I've read Heart of Darkness. What y'all did was fucked. Well, to be fair, we also traded spices. Wait, what about my people? Oh, Goose, we got another Dutchman in here. Welcome. If you're going to be at SMC, you'll get a chance to see me. Apparently I do very well in the Netherlands. We were talking about if you've ever read the book Heart of Darkness, which I encourage everybody should read once if you ever just want to feel really bad. If you ever want to read a book that just makes you feel like you're in like awful about humans, Heart of Darkness, Joseph Conrad. It's about King Leopold's rule in the Congo. Just gonna leave it at that. It's about King Leopold's rule in the Congo. Are you gonna be at SMC if you're from the Netherlands? I shall. I'm really looking forward to that. First trip to Europe. I'm getting to go to Amsterdam and Eindhoven. Leaving my... I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna be honest. Don't worry. Honestly, it's not a pleasant part of history, and I'd rather not teach that one on stream. There's levels of like messed up I'll get into, and there's like then there's the whole like King Leopold stuff. Or when you say no idea what that is, oh, SMC. SMC is Scale Model Convention in Eindhoven. It's a big gaming and painting con in the Netherlands. Bunch of people fly out internationally to show off their work. This is actually my entry for that competition. So I'm going to be flying about 7,000. I'm flying just over 7,000 kilometers to go to this. For reference on how far away I am, it's the same distance for me to fly over the Kamchatka and Asia as it is for me to fly over North America. It's literally actually the opposite side of the globe, the directly opposite side of the globe for me. I'm not taking the flight over the Kamchatka because I've heard it's not great this time of year. By this time of year, I mean this current world climate. It's apparently just better to fly over North America and not Siberia. What's the date? It would be October 15th? It's in October. Mark, when's SMC? The date on that one? The October 16th, 17th, 18th, I believe. Yeah, 17th, 18th. I have to think about it because that's a 2-hour drive for me. That's fair. It's a 12-hour flight for me, and then another hour by train. It's actually hilarious. Like I have to take a 2-hour boat ride just to get to the airport. That's before I've left Canada. It takes me 2 hours just to get to the airport. And that is closing in. Jesus, got a 12-hour flight, and yeah, it takes 3 hours to get to the airport, 12-hour flight, then another hour by train. So it's about 15, 16 hours of travel. I am so far into the West, I don't even live on continental North America anymore. He's up north. Are you about to ask him if you... Guess you're gonna stay there? No, I'm gonna be there for a week. I'm gonna be there for a week. I'm flying out about... So I'm gonna fly out on I get there on the Tuesday, I think. And then we're gonna have a day to adjust. Then we're probably gonna spend a day in Amsterdam, checking out some museums. Or we're gonna take a day trip to Amsterdam, see some museums and stuff. Then yeah, beyond that, like staying at the Queen Hotel. It'll be a nice little trip. Out of coffee. That's actual blasphemy. Right, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Noise. Exactly. Well, I'm bringing my wife is coming with, right? So a little easier to do that. So yeah, we're gonna make a little vacation of it. We're gonna enjoy ourselves. Trying to figure out where we want to go out to a fancy restaurant while we're there. So if anybody has a recommendation for like an actual like good Michelin star, I feel like Mark, you're gonna be the one to know that. You know a good like Michelin? Is there like actually anything like Michelin starred in Eindhoven? Because like smoke grass, exactly. I know there are several Michelin starred restaurants in Amsterdam. Believe it or not, there are not like anywhere I live. Make you a DIY custom glass blown bong. Yeah, there's lots. Yeah, I've heard that you guys have an incredible food scene. So we want to go out for like a fancy meal, go for like a nice several course sit down thing. Depends on what you want though. Hell yeah. Well, that'll have to be up to my wife. It's her, that's her thing. She's the one with the, culinary degree. She's the one of us that is an actual chef. Also, welcome in, Nemesis. Hope you're having a good day so far. I've come to the conclusion I don't like painting hazard stripes. Why? Hazard stripes are pretty easy. They're just there's just a secret to them. Do I need to teach you the secret to hazard stripes? Freehand them? Yeah. Um, the honest trick, dude, just paint them yellow first and then do black stripes with contrast paint. Also, don't use acrylic paint, use a contrast paint. It's going to flow nicer for you and it's going to be easier to get those controlled lines. But paint the whole thing yellow first, get your smooth yellow finish, then come in with a contrast paint. Oh, that's what I do. Oh, hell yeah, then. Then I guess you just don't like painting them. I accept that answer. Then you probably just don't like painting them. Then almost 2 o'clock. Hell yeah, I made it further today than I thought I was going to. Mostly due to the fact I am in incredible pain. Almost time for bed. Yeah, it's almost time for me to lay down. My ribs are bruised, or not feeling good, but they're feeling swollen. Appreciate you popping in though, Goose. If you're new here, we do this on Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, same time. Almost always painting, although we do a variety of different kinds of painting. A lot of it is focused on technique, display painting, and one of the other things to note, if you have any questions, feel free to get them posted in chat. I am happy to help you out with anything you need when it comes to...
You look like a cut of fuckable meat, are you?
Happy to help you out with your painting. So, for the newer people in here, again, you can always, if you're ever stuck with something, feel free to ask. Like, I'm more than happy to take a moment and demo a technique. We did it, was it yesterday? We did a rapid fire how to paint power swords. No, sorry, that was Friday. Friday, we did that. Somebody asked how to do power swords, and we just up in Discord. Hell yeah. Let me take a look for a second there. Got going on in Discord. Clean. Those are clean. Good job on the tanks, the shoulder pads. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, those look fine, dude. They're good. Once you have a dozen of them done, you're not going to be able to see any of the inconsistencies. If you want to go back and clean anything up, you know you can. But beyond that, like, it's not... You don't have anything overtly incorrect. What am I doing? Brown on my brush? Why do I have brown on my brush? But yeah, no, that's a lot of them to do. I'm like looking at that and I was like, that is a lot. I do see why that would be like...
Ready? Give your
Raid
balls
coming
a
in from
top
Plate
tip,
Smasher.
You're going. Yeah. Frankie, you ready? You're going. Yeah. Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Sanger.
Good, cause you're going. Yeah. Hitch, you ready?
All
hands,
Good,
boys!
cause you're going.
Yeah!
Dolo, you run him up and fill him in.
Une fois, mon Sanger.
Good, cause you're fucking going.
Yeah!
The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
It over.
You're damn right,
Checking.
Sanger. Good, cause you're fucking going.
Yeah!
Pack mentality, boys.
Shout out, Plate Smasher. Thank you for the raid. How was stream? I saw you were doing some Halo and some painting. There was Halo yesterday. I had you open for a bit this morning. But I was only awake for about 5-10 minutes before I went live, so it was one of those ones that popped you on open on the phone and then ran off to the other room. Thank you for the raid. And hope you're enjoying yourself today. We're working on the SMC entry some more. Trying to get the... I don't know. I'm trying to get this bus done. We've been kind of fluttering all around today, working on... Kind of just fluttering. Today was Birdman. Hell yeah. All right, just give me a second here. I gotta just... Okay. Sorry. My ribs are still not doing great. I'm too old to be in the mosh pit, as I keep telling everyone. Getting too old to be Too old to be in the mosh pit. Definitely too old to be jumping into a wall of death. And I got a couple ribs busted last weekend, and it is sore. Getting old, you know how it goes. You can't do it like can't party like I used to. It's all good. Doing a bit of inconsistent highlighting. Dude, that's exactly it. People ask, it's like, you want to get general admissions tickets? And it's like, no. No, I want to go where there's chairs. We were talking about how, if my wife and I next time we go to Ska-Fest, we might pay for the VIP tickets just because it's an outdoor festival and the VIP section has awnings with couches. So we're like, is it worth spending an extra $150 to be able to sit on a couch in the shade for 2 days? The answer, probably. Fest was freaking awesome, though, as always. It's so cool because it's like community funded, community organized, all done with volunteers and like. It is. It's a great festival. And I'm gonna pop back over to my bright green here. Let's see if I can get this. And a lot of pointillism being used on this. They were just really, really fine and really small dots. Pretty much how I painted the whole thing. You see me doing there. Got dirty bird emotes now. But if you want to try your Netherlands, just dude, I will gladly take you up on it, taking me out for a day in the Netherlands. I guarantee you're gonna know more about where the good cafes in Eindhoven are. So like, you want to go out for a piece of mooncake and see what it's like going out with the Canadians. We can show you a good time. I guarantee, it's the thing I was telling my wife when you go into the cafes there, you got to specify that it's like not American. I'm not American. Canadian. Don't give me the weak shit. Don't give me that weak ass shit. I'm not American. Damn. Americans tend to overestimate their tolerance. It's just a thing. I'll bring some good White Widow. Good and White Widow are two words that I wouldn't usually associate. White Widow's kind of like okay. I mean, I've had good White Widow, but overall, it's like it's lost popularity here due to the fact that it's like even at it's the overall potency is not as it doesn't appeal to us as much out here. But that being said, you wanna change my mind on that? I'm willing to be proved wrong. You want to make me really happy again. It's if you can get me some cheese, I'll be in a good mood. That's the big one. I know that you guys really like over there, and it's one of my favorites, and it's very hard to get over here. And yeah, Boneless is a cheese guy. Are we gonna remember this trip? Probably. I'm well within my daily. I'm not going outside my daily consumption, which is still quite a bit. I don't and I don't drink, so like, I don't see my memory being too impaired. Although, still excited for this trip. Now I see the whole South Park episode about cheesing. I appreciate you bringing that up because that episode is a nod to my favorite artist who passed away in early. I think was it November? Wasn't that long ago? It was Joseph's. That whole episode is a nod to Joseph Galland and the movie Heavy Metal. But specifically, the episode is referencing the reason I say it's more of a nod directly to him because it's literally about the last Tarakian, which was that was his one that he was the lead on. I've actually held one of the original stills from Heavy Metal. Like it was so cool. But yeah, that whole episode is in reference to an amazing, amazing artist. Do we do? You don't know what to do. You suffer to feel. All right, it is 2:04. Yeah, Sigurd, it's 2:04. Do you want the rest of your wet food, you whiny little bitch? You guys hear that dramatic scream? Have yourself a wonderful night, Goose. Thank you for popping in, and thank you for being here. Thank you for the follow, and I hope to see you again sometime soon. Back at this tomorrow. And I'm going to have bubbling water. All right, have some snacks. Take your plate. When you come back, or if you come back and you want to drop some photos of your work today, feel free to do so. I think I got about 45 minutes left in me today, which I said about 45 minutes ago. How many more 45 minutes in me are we going to have today? I don't know. I left my paintbrush over on the counter. Owie. It's over, this haunting, it's over. Also, I don't think I'm going to do another pointillism project anytime soon. Have a good night, Mark. Thank you for popping in, hanging out, and lurking. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing pointillism again anytime soon. Although, you know what? I will say, Jinx, pointillism is a place of originality in miniatures, and I do genuinely believe that if the judges or people see that I've taken an entire approach of pointillism to a bust to this level, I do think that's going to score me some points of, originality, creativity, and technique. I don't know if I get points for those things, and I don't know if you're judged on those things, but it's the same reason why I feel like putting the speaker inside Tinker Fairy would score you the originality of, that's a very creative concept. I just want to do something that, I don't know, maybe people haven't seen before. Sure, busting hard or hardly busting? Hardly busting, unfortunately. It's Twitch TOS, Also, thank you for my Monday stream title. Are you okay if I use that tomorrow for the stream title? Because that's fantastic, and I'm absolutely planning on using that. As we're doing a slight research on the side, and I want to confirm. So we have a hypothesis. We have anecdotal data now. Now I'm gonna go in and see if my anecdotal data becomes like we're gonna now actually properly test the hypothesis, because one sample set isn't enough. Two is a better one. And then we can start seeing that if my suspicion is correct. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's about dungeons and cleavage. I honestly couldn't believe what I was seeing when that happened too. Like, it took 15 minutes and it's literally just went and leveled back out. It was really funny.
But I don't have enough, again, I don't have enough evidence to prove if it was a coincidence or not.
Wouldn't be the only time. I actually changed the thumbnail. If you didn't know, um, I actually did go back eventually and change that thumbnail. I know. I absolutely know. I also just didn't feel right using somebody else's artwork in my thumbnail. If I'm being completely honest, it had nothing to do with that and everything to do with the fact that it was like I didn't feel right. And it was a reason for me to go in and learn how to do that. On another note, though, I finally got a phone holder lamp, so I'll try to go live. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Um, what I would recommend is literally the only thing you need beyond that is a good microphone. And I can send you the mic that I use. I bought it for $50 or like 60 Canadian dollars. So I think it's like, I don't know, 30 US. So if you want, I could send you a link to the mic, or I could send you an Amazon link for the microphone that I'm using. Your microphone is almost more important than your video. People will click off your stream almost immediately if you sound tinny. My fiance streamed before, so we got a good mic. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah, no, that is quite a lot. That's almost 3 times what I'm at. That's like literally almost 3 times what I have. That's quite successful. Considering I'm in the top like 1.5% on Twitch, and like that's like the perspective. People see the top streamers, and the 50 or the 10,000 plus views, 5,000, and it's like dude, if you're breaking 15, 10 regularly, or if you're breaking 10 concurrent viewers regularly, you're killing it. If you can regularly break 10, you were fucking killing it. You can regularly break 3, you're in the top 10% of streamers already. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. I do gaming sometimes. I might do I'm considering I'm considering doing I might do some Vermintide live sometimes because I can do the Twitch connection thing and let the audience fuck with me. I might try and see if I can get some other streamers together for that and see if we can do a live stream and get our audiences to do the see if we can set up the Twitch link. You're in the top 5% of Twitch streamers if you have over 10 viewers. Exactly. Exactly. Like it's the perspective of what it is, right? But yeah, if you're getting into it berserk, just let me know and I will gladly come check you out. Let me know when you're gonna start. Yes and no. The mini painting thing is kind of a bubble, but it's also eh. I think it's art in general is kind of a bubble myself, but that's because the people who want to watch artists. Yeah, and I was just gonna say, it's if you have 5 viewers, you're in 5%. It's 2% at 10. It's the numbers on Twitch are actually crazy. Like most miniature painters sit in the top between the top 0.5 and top 3% on the platform. But it's also then remembering that artists are coming to Twitch to watch art related content, and they're not really. That's not true at all, Berserk. We get a lot of new people coming in here. It is there are a lot of new people, believe it or not. I at least once a week have, or maybe not once a week, no, about once a week I have somebody coming in here saying they're about to paint their first model. You know? You like about once a week, once every 2 weeks, I'll have somebody who's like, I'm about to paint my first ever miniature, and it's like, awesome, let's get you started. Yeah, it's and Play-Doh was actually one of those things that I was just saying too. Like, I didn't know at first, but I learned very quickly that your audio matters way more than your video on Twitch because most people don't actively watch Twitch, they listen to it as a form of co-play. So if your video looks good, that's a bonus, but if you sound bad, But that was a big thing, is people don't Twitch is used almost more like radio than a video streaming service. People want something engaging, but not so engaging that it takes up all their attention, because they want something that they can put on with a sense of familiarity, leave the room, do what they're doing, do the other stuff they have to do. Maybe they're gaming, maybe they're cleaning the house, maybe they're doing homework. Periodically, they want to be able to pop in, understand what's happening, hang out for a few minutes, and go back to what they're doing. Weird. You actually, there's a perfect mixture of being the right amount of entertaining. You're too entertaining, people won't click on you when they have stuff to do. Replying, if you don't reply. That's true. Although that only applies when you're in a smaller stream, as once you... Things doing the thing again. Technically, yes, but also when you get into doing larger streaming, it then becomes about the content again. So, because there reaches a point, like I've had a couple of times, not very often, where chat's moving too quickly for me to talk to chat or engage with everybody, and I'm catching 1 out of every 3 or 4 messages. Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes y'all are just fucking chatting with each other, and I can only catch 1 out of every 3. And that's when you fall back onto just talking in general, like I am right now, right? So I can kind of just carry this conversation and keep going about it, despite the fact nobody's saying anything. That's also one of the benefits of not having the chat on the actual screen here, is most people whom are looking at it, or if you are looking at the video, you aren't seeing that the chat's not moving. So that's another intentional point. Oh, hell yeah. True citizens' blood spilled in our just wars. Honor their deaths, do your part for the cause. Steadfast support of our regime is how humankind will reign supreme. I mean, sometimes people don't find... And dude, that's fair. That's also just how the world works. Not everybody's gonna care for everything. Not everybody's gonna like your not everybody's gonna enjoy your brand. Doesn't matter. You know, I stream because it's fun, and because it keeps me accountable to my painting more than anything. The fact I've been able to grow a bit of an audience in the process of it is cool, and the fact that I have like a core viewer base is rad, but at the end of the day, this was originally just a way to ensure that I went to work every day. Our way of life, galaxy-wide, paved with the skulls of those who died. Unsinkable tide of super Earth's pride, or torrent that can't be satisfied. We sacrifice for paradise. Anything less would not suffice. I, on the other hand, always feel like I'm spamming. No. Now, if you're talking in chat, most of the time, and it's funny because every viewer feels that way, and I feel that way when I'm hanging out in my friend streams, but then simultaneously when I'm live, when people are messaging really quickly in chat, I'm not upset about it. I'm always usually being like, oh, cool, I get to have a bit of a chat with someone. Yeah, no worries. Also, what are you guys thinking of the... How's that all looking now? We're seeing huge improvements. Not sure if you guys are too. To me, it feels like we've gotten a lot done on this. I need a different color here now. I find it odd when somebody can be in a stream with 40 plus views and nobody's chatting. I get it, I lurk, but it seems weird when you're chatting back and forth with the streamer and no one else chimes in on anything. Yeah, no, yes and no. I mean, it can also depend on what they're doing and if like people are vibing, but yeah, I do get that one. It's always a bit it's a bit odd. It can also happen though, like usually when I see that spoon, it's a result of multiple raids and they've gotten other people's lurkers dumped on them too. So typically when somebody's at that like 20, 30 mark, but people aren't really talking, it's been like a couple of raids. Yeah, exactly. Mostly raid streaks of lurkers. Yeah, see, again, it can depend on it depends on, right? Because like there's definitely a large element of that. However, you know, Ginger Beef and I had been talking about how like I'm not sure if you guys have noticed he uses the and I do as well, time to time. We'll also stream in the art category or the exactly. We'll also go into like other art categories when we're painting because it's like miniature painting is art. So there's an element of, just one example of it. And it's a very small community. It's a niche community, but it's a good one. Yeah, crafting is or the makers. Mike Mullen streams in that category most of the... Yeah, I regularly like I use art sometimes. Lately I've been using miniatures again just because but I like to mix it up sometimes. See if I can find some other types of artists or introduce some new people to minis. Okay. Mike or Ginge? They're all like again, we're all different vibes. Also, actually, why it's funny because a lot of people think a lot of people seem to think that it's funny because it's like they'll be like, oh, if me and my friend stream together, we'll combine our audiences. But it's funny because if parts of your audiences don't like the other person, what ends up happening is you just both end up isolating sections of your own audiences and end up with a worse turnout overall. So it's again same thing of also with something like that, always making sure that they pass the vibe check. I think I've woken up. I think I've woken up in Mike's channel a couple times. I'm gonna be honest, Spoon. most nights I pass out with your stream on. I plug my bedtime routine is I turn your stream on, I plug my phone in the other room, and then I go to bed. And then I'll just wake up and I'll have some random stream open. Ginge is prime example of a streamer, not gonna lie. Ginge is fucking rad. He's just a proper Canadian lad. I say it all the time. He is a proper Berta Strong lad. Like when I think of yeah. What happened to the music? There we happened to the music. I am also getting to the point in my stream now where I'm barely paying attention to what I'm doing. That was a terrible fucking decision. Whoops. I think that's the case for most streamers when I'm streaming. At least on this side of the globe. I mean, I am a Canadian streamer myself, but I there's a few US streamers I watch. Unfortunately, all of them go live at the same time. Like there's like I think there's 3 NA streams I watch. It's Jinx, Spoon, and or watch regularly. It's Jinx, Spoon, and Ginger Beef. And like all of them go live relatively close to the same time, so I'm like juggling between the 3. Although I mod for Jinx, so that's usually the one I'm paying attention in. Oh, I don't disagree. I fully agree with that statement. In fact, most of them aren't. There's a level of cultural ignorance, very present often, but it's not malicious, and it's honestly, like, I don't have issues with most. I just wanted to be clear. I don't have issues with most Americans. As long as you're not fucking around and making jokes about my country's sovereignty, we're good. Like her last stream, I was appreciating the boot. So that's actually funny. We were joking about that earlier, Spoon. That was the Dungeons and Cleavage joke. Because we've been talking about stream stats, and I'm actually just going, and because we're pulling back the magician's code here and everything, Jinx and I wanted to do a little test and see what would happen if she gave her stream an inappropriate title, and it resulted in an almost immediate 20% spike in viewership. It was kind of funny. It took 15 minutes, and her viewership spiked 20% by just changing the stream title to Dungeons and Cleavage. By making sure everyone knew there were going to be boobs on the stream, Which is why when you made the comment about the bustin' hard or hardly bustin', I was like, oh man, let's test the hypothesis. What you get here is you get the magician's code peeled back. Interesting. Might try something like that next time. Like, and I were looking through my mini factory and laughing at all the giant boob proxies of 40k. Started looking through some proxies. Tyranid drag as a Tyranid. It's just yeah, that's my problem with Tyranids. Is Spoon is they don't have big enough boobs. That's why I didn't play Bug Monsters. Berserk, I won't take them for that exact reason. When I first tried to do an illustration studio, the only people who wanted shit from me were the furries. They were willing to pay money, but I wasn't willing to draw that. But you're not even the first person who's mentioned that, like, when you're doing art commissions, yeah. Not saying all NSF ones are bad, but my goodness. If you want something that perverted, just learn how to draw. There were certain lines that I would get asked about where it would just be like, you should probably just learn how to draw. They pay so much. I know they do. I know they do. They're the only ones that fucking offered any money. Anybody who wants to get into illustration, you need to accept at the end of the day, furries pay the most. Also, Spoon, welcome in. I don't know if I shouted you out or not, but if anybody in here doesn't know Spoon Handle, he's an absolutely amazing mini painter. And a really, really great person. Like just all around good person. It's not something you often get to say about content creators. It's nice when you could just throw that in about a content creator. AI can't generate stuff. I'm gonna be honest, it's one of my gripes right now on Instagram is the amount of like AI generated miniature related stuff. Like I'm sorry if you I don't want to see the AI video of the dancing Stompa again. Build a dancing Stompa. Oh yeah, I was gonna say too, Spoon, and some of the stuff some of the illustration stuff you'd get asked about, it's Yeah, I'd say Berserk, DM me, and I could DM me what it is. DM me one of your worst requests, but I'm like, no, don't, because I know what it probably is. And I was exactly what I was about to say. I was like, you're gonna message it to me, and then I'm gonna turn around and say, yeah, I'm not reading that out loud, so I'm gonna make you relive the PTSD for nothing. Dude, especially when it comes to okay, so I can explain one that I saw, and it was a person chained up, like in a hogtied position, they wanted a person chained up hogtied in a like position from the roof, while three naked ladyboys were feeding them their own severed penis. And two of them were kind of also dressed like samurais. Shit like that. Genuine request. Genuine request. Now, do I want to draw that? No. Why? Because I don't even want to visualize it. I don't want to look up the references I'm going to need to look at for that. It's like they don't understand that artists have to look at references. And I'm going to tell you right now, Spoon, that's a tame request. That's a tame request. Yeah, I got those types of requests too. I'm not gonna read all of it, but Megatron shitting on Lucarius is kind of where we're just gonna leave it that much. Yeah, it's stuff like that, Berserk. Totally regular requests, and it's just like, why? Why do you want this? At least when my buddy asked me for a painting of a sexy hot dog, it was funny. Also, fun fact, the Studio Boneless logo is originally a piece of art that I did for a friend when he was moving into his new place. He told me he wanted a sexy dancing hot dog for his kitchen. Because him and his wife bought a house, and anytime a friend of mine buys a house, or gets married, or anything like that, I always ask, dude, I wouldn't do that one for less than fucking 1,500 US, although you could probably get close to $2,000 for it. Am I wrong? Or did I just like right on the money as if I've gotten those requests and know how much they sell for? Almost as if I've had to quote them before. Although I had a friend that would go as high as 1,200 euros. Oh, dude, I'm literally exactly on the money. 1,200 pounds, 1,500 US. That's exact. I literally got it right on the nose. And that's why I do, dude, discount because regular. This is why I swapped to miniatures Berserk. Illustrations, all I got asked to do was furry porn. Paintings, my canvases got stolen. At least with miniatures, I'm getting paid. I like what I do. I'm like what I'm doing. I don't have to make porn. You heard it here first. Boneless paints minis because it's better than porn. You can clip me saying that. Yeah. Honestly, I gotta get my clip bot, or I gotta get my quote bot set up. I think that face is starting to come along pretty well too, eh? I also love that everybody has the Jinja sucks emote. Probably the most commonly enlarged emote I see. Okay, oh, it's almost 3 o'clock, guys. I should probably wrap up pretty soon. For a guy who wasn't really gonna keep going today, or for a guy who's only had 45 minutes left in him for the last like what 2.5 hours, I keep going. There we go. Cleaned up the scar on the forehead. I'm gonna come in with a quick little, let that dry for a moment. I'm gonna wash over that really quickly. That's supposed to be a lady, so let's go give her something to make her look a little more feminine. Okay. Give her some nice bright red lips.
Unfortunately, they're a little blow-up dolly looking, but
Yeah, we'll fix that as it goes. You got that? Well, you got the one you did of me, Berserk, which I also, again, still need to turn into an emote, which I keep meaning to do, but that requires me to use my computer and remember how to do that, which I don't. I don't remember how to make emotes. I am, however, going to change my follower alert. I'm not sure if it's going to be today or tomorrow, but I'm going to change it. I have a new one that I want to use instead. One that is slightly more appropriate. I just have to see if I can find it on any of the sites or if I'm going to have to download the clip. I appreciate that. But here, one second. I'm gonna pause Spotify for a second. Because I'm gonna raid out now, probably in the next couple moments, but we'll give you guys a taste of what the upcoming raid alert is gonna be. Or sorry, what we're gonna be changing the follower alert to. Oh, is my internet gonna work? And turn desktop audio on. Yeah, well, again, it was a bit wild, so we're gonna be changing that to be a little bit less in your face. So it's gonna be this now. So I'm going to be changing it to that, probably either tonight or tomorrow. But I needed something just a little bit more, again, maybe dial it down 10-20%. All right, let's see who's live. See, we can go and raid into Sundays. AC's going to be live, probably still doing feedback. Easy's live, Badger's live, Falling Freely is live. She just went live. Let's do Falling Freely. Because she just went up and she should absolutely have at least double to triple how many people are watching her right now. So let's go say hello to one of the best painters just in general. She's phenomenal. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope everybody has a good day. I'm going to go lay down probably in about the next 10 minutes and let my